Garcia, Luke LaBelle, Jordan Rivera, Sinan Brown, Irene Julia, Tyler, Seth Alexander Smith, Kenwin Millington II, Jaleel Jacob, and Tariq Guevara. Young Valentine on the rise on shot at the end. 11 points, race for the line. It's a real race for Victory. It is very close for the line between the arena winners.
Apparently, our link has dropped, but hopefully, we're back up now. And we should be with this here. You haven't really missed that much. We just had the qualifiers for the keirin event, men and women. And of course, so they'll look forward to this no end. One lap event for the U13 girls. They are at the ready. The like of Scarlett Thorne, Annalise Watson, Annalie Titt of Rictech Sonics, Mia Ballantyne also of Rictech Sonics, and the Maya Prince Vaporwake. So here we go. There's the bell. One lap event, and it's a sprint around. So the riders really pushing hard right now. Four of them going up the back straight. The under 13 girls as they come across and looking to maybe put the way there. Scarlett Thorne.
Cyclists near the other. As the under 13 girls are racing to the finish. The other leaders are in front. That is number 63.
Annalise Watson. Annalise Watson is the one taking that one ahead. So now the under 13 boys. This should be a quick one. Again, you could see them. They don't waste any time. Get into the line. You don't have to call them a second time. In fact, you'd have to call them at all. As soon as the race before theirs is finished, they head into the line. So again, we are bringing you live coverage here on 360 TV of the second annual Peter de Silva Track Cycling Memorial out here at the Arima Velodrome. Uncle Peter, as he was affectionately known, is no longer with us, but his contribution to cycling, not just of Madonna wheelers, but cycling in Trinidad and Tobago, cannot be overestimated, and he certainly played his part. So we wait to see how they shape up in this one. A big bunch. So just a little delay. I'm not sure all the riders who are on the track have their numbers and are properly registered, and they must display their numbers at all times. So the race commissaires just double checking to make sure everybody who is out there with the correct number. So the riders, and you don't ever like to see this with one rider being pulled out. I'm not sure for registration or if she's in the wrong age or if it's in the wrong age group or what. But you really would like to get all the riders on the line. Again, they all were looking forward to this. So these are the riders who have been registered. So I think they have to do without the one rider who was called out. And it might just be a clerical error, but I'm sure they'll sort it out. So by the next event, he will be there. So here they go with the one lap for boys under 13.
Boys final in this event. Stevie Illinois Direct, Liam McNeese, Leon Shepard, Terrell Samuels, Raheem Thomas, Ricardo Titz, Isaac Beard on the Illusion Mystical, the fastest. As it is down the back straight, cyclists and officials on the home straight, ease step back. Cyclists and officials on the home straight, please step back. As they race down the finish, it is Ryan Shepard, a ridiculous left tail. It is Shepard from
Basically, is that a good race to end the youth development category for now? We're going to see them a little bit later on as well, and I'm sure that time can't come soon enough for these youngsters. But they're going to go back now and maybe just reflect on their performances and get ready to do it again later on. So coming up next, we're getting ready for the Elite 1, 2, and Junior Men Omnium, a 15-lap scratch race. Of course, the artificial lighting is starting to kick in here at the Arima Velodrome. We're losing the natural light. So again, they always ask the spectators to just to step back off the railing But sometimes I want to believe people don't hear very well because they almost always seem to stay on the railing, even though they're pleading with them to leave the railing from time to time. So we have the riders coming to the line. The Elite 1, 2, and the Junior Men. There should be an Omnium, the first event in the Omnium, the 15-lap scratch race. So the riders, again, just waiting on the officials to do their final checks before sending them on their way. So again, the Omnium is really 4 separate events. The scratch race is just one. Of course, the placings, you get points for your placings. And of course, later on, we'll have the 15-lap tempo race. That will be the second event in the Omnium. And then later on, the elimination race, that will be the third event. That will be in the second half of tonight's program. And then later on, the 30-lap points race will be the fourth and final event in the Omnium. So here they go.
So, the Omnium. Nice and high.
So the riders are off and racing. Well, remember, this is then they come back around. They will see 14 laps to go. So again, the riders just sort of hotting it up a little bit, maybe trying to burn some legs, but everybody's still in contention. We do have a straggler, however. Not sure if that's a mechanical issue. Actually, the two of them that are almost treading water right now. It might just be something that is not right with their bikes. But Tariq Woods is in there. Again, the rider from Madonna Wheeler is trying to get back. Maybe he feels that the bike is functioning a little bit better right now, but he's still a long way away from catching up with the lead pack, even though the lead punch, the peloton, is flowing almost to a casual pace. But every so often, somebody will launch an attack. Leon Trepte is the man taken to the front, just trying to hot things up, and he can do that all night. Trepte, as they say, has a big engine, not afraid to lay it out in the line and to ride from the front. Does have company though, so he's not allowed to just dominate on his own. In fact, when they do the points race, this that event, that style of riding is going to be very critical indeed. So Liam Trepte is right there. Xavi Wadali from PSL is right up there. And these two are going to catch the Madonna Wheelers rider pretty soon. Of course, they still have some distance to go. So they've been zooming around the track. When they come back, they're coming now to see 9 laps to go. So the riders still, 3 of them in front. Then we have another bunch of 3 just taking it easy. So they're coming back to see 8 laps to go. And there goes Trepte again, really just kind of stretching his legs at the moment, putting pressure on everybody to have to respond. And if they don't, he could stay out there by himself. Coming back to see 7 laps to go. This is the first event in the Omnium, the 4-event Omnium. And Trepte is looking for early points. And of course, following this event, the elite and junior women will do their 3-lap event. And we, of course, will see Tennille Campbell again. So Liam Trepte is well ahead of the field. He's making this look really relatively easy. He's coming to see 6 laps to go. Who will respond? That's the big question here. Jadian Neves is also trying to make a fist of it. The man from Raiders Multisport in that orange jersey. Trepte well aware and cruising right now. Eric Woods and Alexander. Of course, Alexander, a former national rider who rode professionally in the United States for a number of years. One of the Alexander brothers who have represented TNT well. So Trepte continues to lead with 4 laps to go. Neves trying hard to get there. And Woods and Alexander in 3rd and 4th. So we have another pack of 5 at the back. Don't know if they will be able to work together to try to bring it back. Trepte just seemed to be fading a little bit. Neves just closing ever so slightly and seemed to be going the quicker of the 2. But is he burning himself out just to connect? Will he have anything left to come home with? And now Trepte just widened and allow him to take the lead. And so he's probably just looking for a rabbit so he could chase after it. Instead of trying to ride on his own, he's saving energy and keeping an eye on the competition for the first place. So he's not going to waste any unnecessary energy. He's just going to do just enough. 2 laps to go from these 2. So this is going to make an interesting finish here. Neves and Trepte well ahead of the others. And in fact, they've widened that advantage. Alexander So they come in for the bell, the front two. So it looks like Alexander and they are just waiting for the bunt. So they're going to sprint for third place. So they're not pushing.
To go for preliminaries and elimination. Thieves leading February into the final lap. This is Omnium event number one. A scratch race event. Rotated. And every of them good boys receiving their prizes from our president going to win it. Congratulations, guys. As the speed picks up, the sprint is on for the final. But it's Liam Churte moving to the front and solidifying his position at the top of the standings. Jaden Neves crossing the line in second position. Cyclists crossing the line, and of course the officials will assign points to our finishing cyclists.
So now we're looking at that was the conclusion of the first race in the 4-event Omnium, the 15-lap scratch race, won handsomely by Liam Trepte. Jadian Neves in second place. So next up, we have the elite and junior women riding their 3-lap event. And again, Tennille Campbell is the one to beat here. Delia Palmer, though, may have something to say about that. I'm sure she wasn't too happy the way Campbell just bolted in the qualifiers. So, in the keirin qualifier, so I'm sure she would want to do something about that this time around. And that makes sense because these two are expected to battle not just this weekend, but certainly next weekend at the Easter Grand Prix. Remember, one day is here, one day is at Skinner Park, and one day at the velodrome, the indoor velodrome in Balmain, Couva. So, a lot of cycling action. Of course, we also have the Curfta Games being hosted here in Trinidad and Tobago. So, a busy Easter weekend, both track and field as well as swimming, the aquatics taking place here in TNT. The Aquatic Center in Couva it will host the swimming and other aquatic events. And of course, the track and field will be at the Hazley Crawford Stadium in Port of Spain. And a number of outstanding athletes, some big contingents are expected in TNT this week. So we want to welcome one and all. And more particularly, we want to celebrate the national team. A big contingent selected. And we want to wish all of them every success. So we're getting ready for the women's 3-lap event. So the officials just making sure that who are eligible are in fact on the line, or the wall rather. So I'm not sure if they're going to give them a rolling start, but it seems as if everybody who is eligible is in fact on the wall. So this is the elite and junior women in a 3-lap event face-off. This should be a keenly contested one. Sejagat is in there. Of course, You always expect Alexia Wilson, Cheyenne Y, Adeligian Sutim, Phoebe Sandy, Tennille Campbell, Trakana, Tachana Dalga, and Delia Palmer.
Off the line, leading the pack. A large contingent of ladies racing in this event. This is definitely going to give some good entertainment. Seeing the ladies race in a short format. You got 3 laps. Cleo Campbell running for PSL going through the front. Remember, I gave you some homework earlier on. Take note of medals that Cleo Campbell won for recently concluded Pan American Track Cycling Championship. You might just be able to win a prize later on this evening. As the sun sets here at the Arima Velodrome, our elite and junior women are coming to see one lap to go. This has tempered just as Phoebe Sandy leads into the final lap. The Shantaga is now making a move. She's alongside Phoebe Sandy. It's a large group of ladies racing here this evening as Tennille Campbell powers to the front. William Palmer also in the mix. Share the roll as they come to the line, ladies and gentlemen. This Tennille Campbell moving off Talia Palmer and to Charlotte Alga. The top 3, Phoebe Sandy crossing the line there as well in 4th position. Congratulations to these, our elite.
So there again, a good ride again from Tennille Campbell, showing that she does have that strength. She obviously is more of a distance rider. She's a road racer, but she's showing that she's just as capable on the track. In fact, before she ventured abroad, this is how she raced. She raced both on the track and on the road. So this is very familiar to her. So this is nothing new. And but again, in the past, Delia Palmer would have cruised home with a victory. But once Tennille Campbell is in the mix, it's a horse of a different color for her. She tried, but she realized that she just isn't strong enough, at least not yet. And I would imagine she's probably trying to save some energy because next week is the real deal. And so this might just be a bit of a feeling out exercise for her. But I'm sure she doesn't like the idea of losing too many races to Tennille Campbell. So we'll see what transpires there. Are we getting ready now for the elite, for the Tiny Mites women 3-lap event, followed by the Juvenile women, and then the Tiny Mites male 3-lap event. So the Tiny Mite women will be doing their stuff. The officials just double checking. Make sure that they have everything in order. Those who are supposed to be there are in fact there. And so that we have a even competition. So there they go. Tiny Mites. 4 ladies in this one, going 3 laps. Maria Martinez, Krista Marie Julian, both of Madonna Wheelers, Tyra Tit of Rictech Sonics, and Melina Lopez of Valkyries Cycling Club. Madonna Wheelers currently in first and second positions. But now just moving up there from Valkyries is Melina Lopez. On the inside with the long white sleeves, Tyra Tit of Rictech Sonics. And that's Krista Marie Julian leading them out in the sort of a lime green helmet. As she continues to lead and making their way around quite nicely. When they come back, they will get the bell. As they cruise around the track, of course, falling back badly there is Tyra Tit from Rictech Sonics. Does she have that second wind that will take her through? I suppose once they get the bell, things will change. Right now, she's just a little bit off the pace. Or maybe she might be playing possum for the others. See if she could catch them napping and then come over the top with a serious rush. But here we go with the bell.
Let's go for the dynamite women. Melina Lopez goes through the front. Maria Martinez and Krista Marie Julian still in the mix. Tyra Tits also still in this one. It is Melina Lopez out in front, all by herself, right into boundaries as she rounds the final bend and comes into the home straight. Let's hear it for Melina Lopez. Ladies and gentlemen, taking the top spot. And it's Madonna Venus 2-3. That is Maria Martinez and Krista Marie Julian crossing the line. And Taylor Tit still coming home. She is free.
So Tyra Tit of Rictech Sonics coming in there to complete the field. But again, a fine victory from Melina Lopez of Valkyries, really taking no prisoners there. Once she bolted, that, as they say, was that. And coming in second, Maria Martinez of Madonna Wheelers and Krista Marie Julian, also of Madonna Wheelers, in third place. Tyra Tit filling in fourth place. Now we're getting ready for event number 6B, the Juvenile women, with their 3-lap event. Or will it be the Tiny Mites male? That might be the next one. They too are doing 3 laps. So the action really starting to wax warm out here at the Arima Velodrome. It's the weekend before the big Easter weekend, and the Grand Prix will be here a week from now. And I'm sure the crowd will be a lot bigger than this, but the riders themselves will be a lot fitter as well and better off for this experience. So you're seeing 3 laps for this encounter. So here we go. The 3 laps for Juvenile women. That's the start of the event. 6 riders. Kylie Young, Samaya Julian, Ella Marie Young, Anaya Pope, Rihanna Shepard, and Shamika Hoyt. Hoyt of Vaporwake. And immediately, Hoyt is saying, "This is where I want to be." And she's just launching an early attack just to get the other riders' attention. Also, Raiders there. Ella Marie Young from Raiders also enjoying the lead for a bit, but she too has backed off, going up on the bank. So all of the riders still in contention. So they'll be coming home to see one lap to go. So it's still anybody's race at this stage. Nobody's separating. Everybody's sitting down waiting, just biding time. Also saving their legs for a big final push. Let's see when it starts as they see one lap to go.
And say now that is one lap to go for our juvenile woman. That looks like Kylie Young of Madonna Venus currently at the front. As they go down the back straight, Ellery Young is being changed as they get to the final 250 meters. It is Madonna Venus right home. Kylie Young, number 230, taking it ahead of Freyanne Shepherd of Brick Texonics and
Madonna Wheelers, Kylie Young making it look very easy indeed. She took off and nobody could stay with her. Rihanna Shepherd and Shamika Hoyt also in the mix. So now we get ready for Tiny Mite Male. They will do 3 laps. So these youngsters, I'm sure this will be their next level up. Shane James, Adiosi Lewis, Tyler Lafourcade, Adrian Sanchez, and Elijah Green Jr. And there's a young man who has been able to dominate this category in the last year or two. And I'm sure he'll be trying for more of the same here this evening, hoping to show his dad that he's following in his footsteps. So the Tiny Mites male getting ready for their 3-lap event. So the riders just easing off the wall. 5 of them, as you can see, Elijah Green Jr. in the white top, high up on the bank. Everybody will be trying to take their cues from him. You don't want to burn out too much energy. Of course, Tyler Lafourcade and Adrian Sanchez from Hummingbird International right there in the mix, as is Adiosi Lewis from Evolution Cycling Academy. And of course, from Arima Wheeler, Shane James at the back of the pack right now. So these tiny miters are just taking it easy as they cruise around the track here at the Arima Velodrome, almost on a sightseeing tour, but they're looking at each other closely. There you get a shot of some of the spectators who are here at the moment. So there goes Elijah Green Jr., still high up on the bank. Everybody is trying to stay in touch with him. He is the man to beat. I'm sure Adiose Lewis will be hoping to maybe spring a surprise here, or St. James coming from the back. He's been riding at the back. All they're coming for one lap to go, so they're coming for the bell. As you could see them really almost like if they're taking a deep breath before they start their sprint, getting ready to make the big rush for home. Green high up on the bank, and here they come.
Elijah Green Jr. off the trees. Immediately upon the sound of the bell, and he is looking the today. He is not looking back at the catch up. Elijah Green Jr. What a ride! As the sprint is on for positions 2 and 3, Elijah Green Jr. Valkyrie is coming to the line. In second position, International. It looks like Adrian Sanchez. And it just might have been also US in there for third place. Unofficially, Shane James also crossing the line to finish for the Tiny Lights men.
So a big win again for Elijah Green Jr., but not too surprising. He really is a cut above the rest in this category. And pretty soon he'll be making the step up to the juveniles. And so we'll see what will happen. So now we're looking at the sprints for Elite Junior women, 1.5 laps qualification ride. And then we also have the sprint for Elite and Junior men, 1.5 lap over on the far side of the track. So we're looking at the riders way out in the distance as they get ready to compete over on that far side. So that's where they're getting to jump off over on that far side. These riders probably getting their final bit of instructions as they get ready to do 1.5 laps of the Arima track. See a nice group of riders there, male and female. So the first ride will be the sprints open elite and junior women. They will do their qualification rides, 1.5 laps of this track at Arima. Team DPS. So we're looking at just 2 riders for this stage. So very interesting battle, this one. So here we go. This is the first ride in the qualifiers for the elite sprint. Junior women, 1.5 laps. So it's DPS and Arima Wheelers. It's Talga from C. Jagat right now. Arima Wheelers. DPS is leading Arima Wheelers. Here they go.
Right out before the end. Time. It's you got. Don't touch it. You got to. They follow the English British. Charlotte of Adriana Siege.
Threat coming there from C. Jagat. Um, Probably gave up a lot earlier than many expected. But she probably is just saving her leg for later on. Sure, they'll meet again. So this is all part of the proceedings out here at Arima. Or so Adriana Sajak out of Arima Wheelers. No threat to Tatiana Dalga of PSL. So now we have another pair of riders. So this is heat number 2 in the 1.5 lap sprint for Open Elite and Junior riders.
Also, peak number 2, Daily Apollo of Team PPS. And now Real Breeds of Barbados racing for Rick Sonics.
So you can just see Delia Palmer just biding her time. She is favored in this one against Green out of Barbados.
So it's wearing up.
So the riders just keeping tabs on each other. Palmer on the inside and leading. And of course, Green just trying to stay in touch. Here we go now. She tries to come over the top. This is going to be tough. Palmer is very strong. Out of Jamaica.
Australia Palmer on the inside. It is Palmer and Greaves wheels to wheel as they come line. Australia Palmer crosses the line ahead by Real Greaves.
Delia Palmer, although she had to work a little harder, but she more or less waited and waited and waited and then shortened the. So Ariel Breeze. We're looking at the officials, making sure that everything is all set to go. This is the third heat. So we have 3 riders in this one. It looks like Tennille Campbell is back in the saddle. Also there, Alexia Wilson.
Seat. Kyra Williams of Breakaway Multisport. Alexia Wilson of Arima Wheelers. And Tennille Campbell of PSL. It's a 3-up sprint, 1.5 laps as they get the bell. Kyra Williams leads into the final lap. Alexia Wilson looking over her shoulder to see Tennille Campbell. As they race into 250-meter mark, Tennille Campbell. She goes through the front. Kyra Williams on her wheel. Alexia Wilson. Third wheelers, Tennille Campbell. Office line ahead of Kyra Williams and Alexia Wilson in that order.
So another comfortable victory there for Tennille Campbell, the Olympian, showing that she is in good form, although she might tell you she's not up to the standard that she wants to be. But right now, none of the other ladies can stay with her. So we'll see what happens. We have another 3 ladies, it looks like, who are going to take to the saddle. Madonna Wheelers, Arima Wheelers, and China Y, it looks like, for Heatwave. Phoebe Sandy. And again, these riders, of course, hoping to collect some wonderful prizes for their efforts. And of course, again, our special thanks to Acadia Sports Club, AMCO, Micon, Skyline Glazing and Cladding Systems Limited, Coal Safety, LC Minimart, Kumuto, Mr. Glenford Phillips, PL Singh and Bike Shop in Marabella, Francis Family Contracting Services Limited, Tudds Road, Chagonas, Hong Ning Look Company Limited, Southern Main Road in Chase Village. Thank you so much, as well as the Mayor of Arima and the Borough of Arima for hosting us here at the Velodrome in Arima. So here we have the 3 riders taking the bell.
Brunel Bernard, Phoebe Sandy, and Shiana Y racing in this event. Phoebe Sandy is at the front for Madonna Wheelers. Phoebe Sandy crashing on the gas as she goes into the home straight. It is Sandy from a Y from Bernard in that order.
So again, Sandy is showing her capabilities as one of the top female riders in Trinidad and Tobago. China Y, who used to ride for Remo Wheelers, riding for Heatwave Cycle Club, filling in second place. In that one now we see the junior and elite men will now take center stage. They too doing a lap and a half. So the junior and elite men, Arima Wheelers on top. And on the inside, Team DPS. So here they go. And again, you could see the difference in the bikes at the moment. You have the traditional spoke wheels in front, and then at the back you have the man in the long saddle pole because of the length of his legs. Donnell James of Arima Wheelers at the back. Zavi Wadali of PSL and Suriname leading out.
Lee from James as they go down the back shapes. Savi Wadili gets out here rolling very early. Still Savi Wadili from Donnell James. It is Wadili from James. As they very, 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 very close. But it just
Just got up in time to take that one, but he was certainly flirting with danger there. Donnell James from Arima. To take it on the line. So Arima Wheelers taking up one. They're back on the saddle again. So Arima Wheelers trying to maybe qualify another rider. So they're off and riding. So Team PSL and of course Team DPS also featuring prominently here this evening. So Team DPS so Arima Wheelers, Nigel Ali up against Jelani Ned of Team PSL, or rather Team DPS, I should say. Jelani Ned, number 244 in the red, white, and black. There they go.
this is heat number 2 of 8. It's not July leading men and children shape. Running man flies their legs and recrosses the line and like 1903. CT
Category 2 rider Nigel Ali of Arima Wheelers. But just for a moment there, Ali thought he was in the business, but Jalalinet always had the measure. And we also have another DPS rider, Zion, or rather Kyle Karabai. Of course, Kyle Karabai, again, formerly of Arima Wheelers, now riding for Team DPS. So Kyle Karabai on top and Zion Polido on the inside from Rictech Sonics. This ought to be an interesting one. So as they push off, Sonics at the back, Team DPS leading off. Kyle Karabai. There are apparently 8 heats in this event.
Hospitalis leads Polito. Team TPS from Rick Texonics. Hospitalis puts on a spectacular showing earlier on in its time. Hospitalis from Zion Polito. Hospitalis and Polito as they come into the final stretch. Look at the speed of Zion Polito on the outside for Rick Texonics.
Just turned on the afterburners. And that, as they say, was that, as he just cruised over to take care of business. So yet another heat is in the books as we look at the riders getting ready again for another ride. And again, these riders obviously are very aware of the demands on their bodies. But because the events are so I don't want to say limited, but so few for them, they try to ride in as many events as possible as they try to put the miles into their legs so that by the time Grand Prix rolls around, they should be flying, as they say. So some of them are using this as preparatory work, probably now starting to do their speed work. So this is Kyle Karabai from Team DPS, number 108 in the red, white, and black at the back. Trying to keep close tabs on Karabai. Karabai is favored in this one.
Now Gabriel June leads down ball across the line into the final lap. Fortune looking over his shoulder to see Carby of TTPS. Spectators, once again, please remove yourselves from the rating. Thank you very much. They come for the line as teams and connections. There's Paradigm. Canada Capital.
So again, Fortune riding on a touch here, trying to stay with Kyle Karabai, but to no avail. So Karabai comfortable in the process. So we have another pair of riders. So as the riders get themselves ready, once again, we want to thank all our sponsors. Of course, we want to thank you for being a part of the action here on 360 TV. This, of course, is the second annual Peter de Silva Track Cycling Memorial event out here at the Arima Velodrome. Looks like Ryan Dabro is on the track. Dabro, of course, trying to get another Arima Wheelers rider in the mix. So they come for the bell.
That's the bell for heat number 5. Zion Lucas and Ryan Tabro. Ryan Tabro. He was a member of the gold medal winning team sprint team from the recently concluded Pan American Track Cycle Championships as they race down the back straight. It is Lucas from Taco, Zion Lucas from Ryan Tabro as they enter into turn 4. So Lucas from Tabro is the line up to real. Ryan Tabro passes Zion Lucas and crosses the line. The cyclist out of Arima Wheelers.
Form that he's in doesn't really worry too much, even though Lucas went early. Dabro stayed with him and then just cruised past him to win comfortably in the end. So now we have another pair. Looks like a Zeke Keller is on the track. This is heat number 6. So Evolution cycling in the house. And of course, a Zeke Keller from Madonna Wheelers. So Evolution Cycling trying to see if they could play somebody, another rider. Is this, is this Zion Lucas who is now, or rather Zion Lucas from Team DPS, rode in the last ride? Had the last race, I should say. So no no real hustle at the moment. Both riders just taking it easy. Ezekiel Keller keeping close tabs, riding high up on the bank. Should the man below make an early move, of course, he could use the bank to help him gather speed quickly and then come off the bank, swoop down to the lower levels and get it into gear quickly. In the background, you can see some of the spectators, some of the riders. That looks like young Green making his way around. So all eyes on the track now as they get the bell. Still no move as yet. The secret killer. Of course, Ezekiel Keller is a former national rider, very experienced indeed. And Ramroop trying to see if he could pull the upset against him. And here goes Keller.
As they go down the back straight, it is clear. The outside, the right is as they straighten and roll it to the line in this form round from a secret fellow.
So a splendid ride. And splendid ride. So, so one of the youngsters pulling the upset on the veteran. Ezekiel Keller, you could see just short of work right now. But this would be a big blowout for him after you give him a good gauge as to where he is at the moment and how much work he has to do between now and next weekend. So we have another heat coming up. Madonna Wheelers. Cedel Samaru and Raul Garcia. The two Cedel Samaru from Valkyries in the back. And Cedel Samaru from Madonna Wheelers. Raul Garcia from Madonna Wheelers, number 183 in front. From Cedel Samaru from Valkyries, high up on the bank still. Not at full throttle just yet. Now starting to get it into gear. Closing. Trying his best to get there. Still closing quickly. And in fact, he's going to take this one, no doubt. It's coming over the top.
Yeah. A very great voice.
Timing it to perfection and taking that one. So we have another pair of riders making their way out. And looks like Team DPS with another rider going to the line. And of course, you could see Robert Faria, the manager of Team DPS and coach, in the khaki pants, the short khaki pants, and the black jersey, just having a word with Gregory Dandrad from the organizing club, Madonna Wheelers. And of course, they all know each other because they work together on the federation. So JLD cycling on the line.
Men's qualifier for the sprint event. Folks, just switch view for those of you who look forward to the 2025 edition of Sunday Game.
So again, so these riders just make their way. They come in to get the bell quickly.
From Baltimore, PLT Cycling Academy, Judah Nevison, up against Calculate Daisymore of Team TPS.
Well represented once again.
Juvenile men, you go next. Juvenile men, you go next.
Here is the push. Here's a push at this.
Changes plays more since line after of Cuban nation.
Doing more than enough to come over and take that one quite handsomely. And so that is the final qualifier. So we have the juvenile men now doing an unknown distance, coming to the line at the moment. So again, the riders on the wall, you probably just can't see them. They're just being obscured here just a little bit. So the riders just advancing along the wall. So here we go. As they come off the wall, they're going an unknown distance. The juvenile men, essentially, it's what it says. It's an unknown distance, so they could ride for 10, 15 laps, or they could ride for 2 laps. They didn't get the bell, so it will be more than one. So we wait to see how many of them, how many laps they'll make. Only one person knows how many laps there are at the moment. And we'll see how they go. So this is the juvenile men. Liam Lowell from Arima Wheelers. Isaiah Silva is also from Arima Wheelers. Maurice Lopez, Valkyries. Elijah James, Valkyries. Giselle Jacobs of Vapor Week. And Christian Nelson, also of Vapor Week. Rictex Sonics also represented here. So the riders just rolling around. They don't know what distance it is they're riding. So they're eyeballing each other, but they also probably have an eye on the start finish line to see where the bell is. On an event like this, they hide the bell. So you can't cheat. So they're still on the track. They don't know what the distance is. On their third lap now, coming for a third lap. Still no idea where the bell is or when it's going to be rung. Is this the lap that they're going to get the bell? All the riders just kind of easy. Here it goes. There goes the bell.
The distance is now known. We have one more two. There's a because they go down the back straight. They are all together, arena leaders out there in front, but look at the rush on the outside. Who might that be? Is it Frank Multi-Storm? I think it is. And it crosses the line. An exceptional finish by Christian Nelson on Frank Multi-Storm. Ladies and gentlemen,
Christian Nelson is showing that he was ready for it, no matter what the distance. And the man from Vaporwake really bolted, came over the top quite nicely, clobbered the field. And Liam Lowell from Arima Wheelers and his teammate Isaiah Sobers for a moment were flirting with a 1-2, but that evaporated quickly. And in fact, it was the Vaporwake double. Jazelle Jacobs also came up to get second place. So a fine 1-2 for the Vaporwake team. They continue to improve and they continue to grow as a club. And they also beginning to have the numbers to prove it as well. So now we're looking at another two riders on the line. So it's Arima Wheelers against Team DPS. Arima against Arima. Ryan Dabro up against his former teammate. Looks like Kyle Karabai, now riding for Team DPS. So Arima Wheelers against DPS. Karabai from DPS against Dabro from Arima Wheelers. And they know each other very well. They're very good friends. They just ride for different teams now, but for many years, since the junior ranks, they rode together. So this ought to be an interesting one here. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses very well. Of course, Karabai would have taken note of Dabro's development, so he's probably trying to burn those legs a little bit. Now, you cannot, long ago, you could have stopped and balanced for an extended period of time, but now the rules have changed and they enforce it a lot more. You must keep the bike rolling. And even if you bring it to a stop, it cannot be for an extended period of time. So they're just rolling along here. They got the bell. And of course, Ryan Dabru knows the speed of Karabai, so he wouldn't allow him to get too much of an advantage by way of a gap from a big jump. But you could see Dabru just trying to tease him and almost threatening to go long, but he's trying to shorten the sprint as much as possible, give himself the best chance. He's high on the bank. Karabai down low. It looks like Dabro now. Karabai starting to wind it up. He's looking around as this is it now as they start the push for home. Karabai from Dabro. Dabro in a good position now. He's taking the draft. Here he comes. Can he come over the top? Yes, he can. As he pushes to the line, and he's going to win this one. Times it to perfection again. Ryan Dabro from Arima Wheelers beating his former teammate, Kyle Karabai, who now rides the Team DPS, and taking that one nicely indeed. And the man who has that Pan Am goal in his back pocket shows you why he won the gold medal in the team sprint event, working along with Jacine Phillips and Nicholas Paul over there in Paraguay recently. In fact, that was just last weekend where they did Trinidad and Tobago very, very proud indeed. So Dabro advancing to that one in the team sprint. So now we have another pair of riders out there. Is that Javon Ramroop from Evolution? So I'm trying to recognize the man on top. So it's Polido, Zion Polido from Rictech Sonics. So this too could be an interesting one, but Zion Polido will start as favorite here. So so Zion Polido of Rictech Sonics, Ramroop, of course, of Evolution. So this is qualifying for the next round. So here we go.
It is still Ramu from Toledo as they go down the back straight. The cyclists getting their gears rolling. It is Javon Ramu from Zion Toledo. Toledo on the outside. He is entering the pedal to the pedal, and it's Zion Toledo crossing the line ahead of Javon Ramu.
So Javon Ramroop tried his best there, but to no avail. Zion Polido too strong and too much in form at the moment. Of course, he would have been the one on the national sprint team, and he lost that place to Dabro. I'm sure he'd want to exact some kind of revenge here should they meet later on. And so far, both of them have qualified, so that is pretty much in the works. We have another pair on the line. So again, Team DPS to be represented here again, and this one looks like Sidel Samaru and Jelani Ned. So Sidel Samaru of Valkyries on top, and here they go with Jelani Ned leading out from Team DPS in the red, white, and black. Taking him for a little bit of a stroll. And again, you're looking at the way the bikes are set up, very different one from the other. Ned has that low handlebar and a high saddle because he's taller. And of course, is how he's most comfortable on his bike. And of course, Fidel Samuel is very fast indeed. Right in for Valkyries. Here they come to take Bell.
Junior men and Elite 3 and all masters. Elite.
So this is, of course, Sidel Samaru coming from behind, trying to catch up with Jelani Ned. Here they go.
Masters, please report.
So still it is Ned holding off Sidel Samaru. Samaru trying, still trying.
Gentlemen, they are top speed. Ned ahead of Silva Samaru. And that is very much with that rocket. Long Ned.
Who probably would have been favored in this one, but not tonight. Jelani Ned taking care of business in emphatic fashion. Didn't even leave it the chance. He led and he stayed in front. Didn't allow Samaru a look in coming from behind. So a good ride there. And now we are back with Daniel James, who had that real sort of hairpin win, is back again. What does he have in store? So who is it going to be here now? So Daniel James on top, Team DPS. So Bazemore from DPS up against Daniel James. So Bazemore just holding his own in front, right in for Team DPS, up against another Arima kid in Daniel James from Arima Wheelers. Already, James would have seen his teammate, Ryan Dabro, advance. He would love to join him there. Polido is also through. Jelani Ned also through. So who will it be here now? Team DPS against Arima Wheelers. Basco Besamo against James as they take the bell.
Baseball leads James into the final lap. It is Team DPS from Arima Wheelers. Elite 3 and Roll Masters, you should be in the holding bay at this time. As our guys are wheels and wheelers, they come out to search for. Coming from the line, it is James from Baseball. James from Calculate Baseball.
Two riders to advance. Jelani Ned also representing Team DPS. He couldn't get his teammate Bismore to join him there. And of course, Zion Polido from Rictech Sonics is the other rider to be safely through. So we're getting ready for the Elite 3 and Masters 40 to 49. They're doing a 4-lap event. So these riders, of course, not, as they say, either no longer want to race as competitively as in the past, so they probably don't train as hard as they used to. So they're right in a category where others just like them are competing. So we should be able to see Royden Bacchus and Sean Millington. I think there was another whistle. I think the race has been aborted. I don't know why they don't let them just roll around the track and do a rolling start, but we'll see. So the riders they got a free lap, a training lap. And the thing about it is the amount of lyrics that passes, when they're riding like that, they have plenty of time to fraternize. Could imagine they're probably saying, "Boy, I got a good start here. I could have won this, and have to do it all over again." Not sure if they just want to verify who is who, and the riders are in the correct category. But this one is for Elite 3 and Masters 40 to 49. So there we go. For the second time, a 4-lap event. Colin Wilson there in the middle of the truck in the light blue. Skinner Park, he won the first race there. He got a jump on everybody, and nobody tried to close him down. He cruised home here. They're keeping close tabs on him. He's third wheel now. Hummingbirds International. Right there at the back, Sean Millington. Royden Bacchus. Raiders Cycle Club and Multi-Sport. Colin Wilson, of course, right there in the thick of things. Some Madonna Wheelers. John Gay and Sutim. So things beginning to heat up now as they come around for the bell. So maybe we'll get a little separation here still. Sanjeev Sunilal just biding their time.
All happy fast. John Guy and Super and Sanchez, Ellen Wilson, everything like I said, shit. So, Junior man, Junior
So here
man.
they go again now, just in the same order that they crossed there. John Guillaume Sutim still holding on. Here goes Colin Wilson.
Quick change,
So Colin Wilson holding on. Can he close out the deal here? This is going to be tight.
they're right in back us. Colin Wilson is very close from third place between John Guy and Super and Sanchez Sunilal.
Right in for Raiders Cycle and Multi-Sport. Making it look so easy in the end. Colin Wilson thought he had it until Bacchus said, not today. So we're getting ready for the Masters 50 to 59. They too will do a 4-lap. So too will the 60 to 69 riders. And the Masters 70 plus will do 3 laps. At the moment, we see that they're doing a draw. I suppose they have tickets for next week's Easter Grand Prix. One night at Skinner Park, one night here in Arima, and the final night at the Velodrome in Balmain, the third night, Sunday night. So it's Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night. 3 nights of amazing cycling. So I don't have a ticket, so I don't have a chance. Now, as I say, unless you have a ticket, that's it. You don't have a chance. So I would imagine the winners, once your ticket is called, they'll move faster than the cyclists to collect their tickets to next week Arima or the Cycle Classic, the Easter Grand Prix, and that is always very well attended, but more importantly, it's always very competitive, and especially if there are international riders who want to enjoy a little sunshine as well. Now, in previous years, when Southern Games used to be a part of the landscape, Southern Games used to be just before the Carifta Games, so the athletes would get another opportunity to run and just to build confidence. Actually, it wasn't the perfect conditions because that was a grass track uh, at Guacara Park, but the cyclists also used to enjoy riding there because obviously they rolled the track till it got very hard and flat, but it still created a challenge because it wasn't the smoothest of surfaces, and but it was also a heavy surface. So riders used to really, you used to have to dig deep to get any kind of speed out of those races. And funny enough, the international riders seem to enjoy that more than the local riders, if only because it was novel to them. Many of them have never raced on grass before. So to come to Trinidad and race on a grass track, or they could go to Palo Seco and race on a concrete track, they'll go to Guacara Park and race on a grass track, and they'll come to Arima and race on another concrete track. So they used to look forward to that. Some of them would then stay on and go to Bago and do a road race. So it was all sort of interconnected, and the international riders used to make it a fun time. Even though they were putting in hard work, they just live for the bunch racing here in Trinidad and Tobago. It's the kind of races that they don't get much of in Europe and other parts of the world. On the track, on the road is different, but on the track, they tend to do mostly the kind of Olympic style races, plus plenty sprints and plenty keirin events, including the elimination races as well. The devil take the hindmost. But here we have the Masters, 50 to 59, going off on their little saunter around the Arima Velodrome. This is first half action. So they'll see 3 laps to go as they roll around the track. Peter de Silva is the fondly known as Saltfish or Saga Boy, and 2 to go by most of his friends. Of course, he was born in Valencia and moved to the Arima district in the early 1960s. It was in Arima that Saltfish fell in love with the sport of cycling. He became one of the founding members of the Valiant Wheelers Cycle Club. Back then, the only cycle club in Arima, coached by the late Joseph Myers. This small club consisted of outstanding cyclists such as Vincent Davey, Glenn Phillips, Terence Blaisdell, Ming Pantin, and George Madeira. Peter left Valiant Cycle Club and joined the Pan Am Jets. When the club folded, he then joined Huggins Barbican Cycle Club. And after racing for many years, from the novices to A1 in those years, he stopped racing. After many years not racing, he eventually started back in the Masters category. This is when he joined the Madonna Wheeler Cycle Club and family. So here they come for the bell.
Now, number 378, Wayne Samuel. He is at the front. My fifth so actually. At the front, it's one music of the guest and Rotomato of Radio Cycling Multisports. Which sort of is straight for the top spots. It was counted and Joseph as a line. Richard Marco crosses just ahead of Marlon Joseph.
through. So the 70 plus vets, the masters, they will do 3 laps. So they're getting ready to do their little spin around the track. So of course, coming up after this, we'll be seeing the elite sprint for men and women, juniors included. And of course, the Omnium, the second race of 4 events in the Omnium, the 15 laps tempo race. And then, of course, the youth developers will come back and do a 250 for the U7s, U9s, and then the U11s and U13s will do the U11s. Actually, the U7s will do the 250 meters. The under 9s will do 1 lap and then 2 laps for the under 11 and under 13s. These are the juniors. They're doing a 4 lap event. So this is a change. So the junior men are doing their 4 lap event now. I think they gave them a little bit of a breather because some of the juniors were involved in the sprints. Which makes sense because sure they're eager to ride, but you don't want to burn them out. They still have the whole second half of tonight's program. Good thing though is that they get an opportunity, as they say, to kind of get a feel for the Arima track again, understand the conditions, kind of figure out when they could attack, when not to attack, where the wind is heaviest, if at all. The track looks in excellent condition, an indication that quite a bit of work has gone into it. Thanks again to the Arima Borough Corporation, the mayor and his team, ensuring that the track here at Arima is at a particularly good standard and it looked fairly fast as well. So somebody is keen and doesn't want to sit and wait. The peloton not responding just yet. The young man out of Barbados taking the early lead, and it looks like they're going to let him go. I don't think they'll be too worried about trying to catch him now, unless they work together and up the tempo at the back. But right now they just seem to settle. Now they're starting to make a move. He's going to be coming home to see the bell. Did he go too early?
Oh, it is Lines looking comfortable in front. It might just have to be a split turn. Hostalis and Diesel of DPS controlling touch as they go around. No one is challenging Martin behind. Riding for victories out of Venus. Let's scores as he comes to the line from a junior man. He across the heart. On, strong round Newcastle late cap. And $5 rounds out. Your top three in junior men. 4 lap events. Unofficially forced as we
To see the just to shorten the sprint as much as possible, and hence the reason why they waited. So most of them really wanted to sprint for second. If they caught him, then so be it. But really and truly, they weren't prepared to go early to try to catch him on this occasion. Unless there were more laps to go, then they probably would have gradually tried to close the gap on him. But with 4 laps and with him in front by such a long distance, many of them opted to just wait and sprint for second place. Robert Fario making his way out. Of course, the sprint events coming up. And he does have a representative in there. So again, Tennille Campbell and Celia Palmer will renew their rivalry in the sprint event. Both of them will be trying to get into the final. So semi-final action coming up after this. Masters 70 plus on the line. They're doing 3 laps. So they're going to ease their way off the wall. Robert Farrell, Earl Gonzalez, Clyde Polanyi, Godfrey Klein, and Cyril Fook. Cyril Fook of Valkyries. Godfrey Klein of South Clean has enjoyed success in this category time and again. But Cyril Fook is in there. He means business. He's almost always in decent shape. So he's just biding his time right now. Remember, we're live here on 360 TV covering the cycling action out here at Arima. A memory of Peter de Silva, Uncle Pete, as he's affectionately known, left us some time ago, but this is the second annual event in his memory. And the riders thoroughly enjoy it. Could not have been timed better because it allows them to just go through all the routines of coming to Arima, preparing, and then racing, of course, getting a feel for the track, getting a feel for the conditions, and understanding a little bit more, a little bit better, how to maneuver around the track and manipulate the bike in particular ways on certain sections of this track. And like I said, the track looks a picture. It looks nice and clean. and an indication that they did some power washing and other things. So it really does look to be in a very, very good shape. It really does look fantastic. And I'm sure with Grand Prix coming up next week, more of the same. So the riders just taking their time. 70 plus. The man from South Lane, Godfrey Klein, just tucked in there, not burning up too much energy. Everybody just looking around there now. Here goes the bell. And of course, Cyril Fluke is right there. He, of course, is hoping to launch. He hasn't gone as yet. Still waiting. Still waiting. Still waiting. Evolution on the inside. That is Robert Farrell coming up on the inside. But again, Cyril Fluke just toying with them right now. Now he decides it's time to go. Can they catch up to him? It doesn't look like it. He's easing away. So Cyril Fluke is going to win this one from Valkyries. And close one for second. The riders really do. Take second place there. So it's a close finish there for second and third in this one. So now we're getting ready for the sprint semifinals. So Delia Palmer will be hoping that she could somehow get the better of Tennille Campbell before this night is over. So the women sprint semifinals almost set to go as we get closer and closer to the intermission, where I'm sure, but we will get the youth developers coming back shortly. So they're going to get themselves in shape. So over on that far side, we've seen the sprint semifinals about to start. So there they go. Delia Palmer on at the back as she just rolls up. Remember, they're doing 1.5 laps. So Palmer favored in this one. So Delia Palmer from Team DPS favored in this one. Tatiana Dalga of PSL and Delia Palmer. Of course, Delia Palmer, who's been riding and living here in Trinidad for many years, her base out of Jamaica. And Tatiana Dalga is doing a similar thing. She's based in Suriname, but she's from Suriname, Here they go.
Up to the
Time will tell, and that will be a big upset. And of course, Palmer would have only a. So Tennille Campbell is on the track now. Phoebe Sandy and Tennille Campbell. So Sandy riding for Madonna Wheelers. Another former Arima Wheelers Cycle Club standout. And look at how Tennille Campbell is just eyeballing her, just shadowing her. Then she's really pulling out all the stops. Sandy takes it long. Here they go.
just got it on the line, just ahead of the Shire down daily in the developmental finale. Phoebe Sammy unofficially and right.
Didn't bother to ride through to the line, Tennille Campbell. But Phoebe Sandy won't mind that. She's in the final, and she will ride against Delia Palmer, who took that one from Teshana Dalga in the first semifinal. So it's going to be Sandy against Palmer, and that again should favor Delia Palmer. I would have been interested had Tennille Campbell advance to the final, whether she would have gotten the better of Delia Palmer again. Team DPS will ride from behind. And Zion Pulido Jelani Ned is out there. So Zion Polidor from Rick Sonics in the blue, riding from the front, keeping a close eye on Jelani Ned. Ned has shown a good turn of speed. But is he fast enough to take down the experienced Zion Polidor? He's high up. You can see him winding up that gear there. Polidor not getting faked out, still holding the lead and is pushing it there. This is going to be tough for the man from Jelani Net, the man from DPS, Team DPS, Polidor. Looking as strong as ever as he comes to the line, but here comes Ned. Ned is giving him a run. Ned is going to win it. Jelani Ned. So Jelani Ned getting the better of Zion Polido, and that was a big upset. So that's a fantastic ride for the Team DPS rider. I'm sure. So it's an all Arima Wheelers encounter. Zanel James up against his clubmate Ryan Dabro. So both of them from Arima Wheelers. And this ought to be interesting. Dabro will be favored, but young Zanel James has shown that he has real grit about him. And this, of course, might just be for bragging rights in the club. Dabro on the inside. James high up, and again with that long saddle pole. Two very talented youngsters. And of course, they have the inspiration and they have the superstar to look up to in Quincy Brown, who just like them started as a BMXer and made it all the way to the Olympic Games. And these two are hoping to follow in his footsteps. And already we saw Dabro take up giant step at the Pan Ams last week and won a gold medal in the team sprint. So you could imagine if these two, together with Quincy Brown, took to the line in a team sprint locally, could be an interesting battle indeed. Plus, they have young Lawrence as well, who is training abroad, the son of media personality Kwame Lawrence. So they just take the bell and certainly eyeballing each other there. It's all Arima Wheelers. Ryan Dabro up against Sana James. Again, these two know each other very well. It's an all Arima Wheelers battle. The winner will take on Jelani Ned in the finals. Big anticipation for this one, because everybody wants to see who will represent Arima Wheelers in the final. Here goes James.
James, it's all for Sutherland. As they advance to four, and Brandon James on the inside. Around as they for the line close. To have been Donald James as we await the official results.
Indeed. And I tell you, James doesn't look like he's moving fast, but that young man is loaded with talent. And they will do battle for the gold medal. Polidor and Dabro, we expected them to be riding for the silver and gold, but they will be riding for the bronze medal, while it is Ned and James who will do battle for gold and silver later on. So really a big upset there. Two upsets, one would have to say, in the semifinals. So we saw it in the women's race, and here we saw it again in the men's race. So the Omnium 15 lap tempo race, event number 17, and that will be followed by the youth developers as they get their second turn. So here we go with the tempo race on the track. So in the tempo race, of course, this is the Omnium. Remember, Trepte won the first race earlier this evening. Trepte took the 15 lap scratch race, and he's back for more, this time going in the tempo race. So we're getting ready for the Omnium event number 2. So this is the 15 lap tempo race.
The cyclist with the most points at the end of the 4 events wins the overall title. In this particular race, the tempo race, the bell will be rung after 5 laps, and the leader of every lap thereafter will gain 1 point.
Thank you, gentlemen. As we now call the master.
So there you go. This is the start of the tempo race, as you would have heard there. The riders will roll around for 5 laps, and then when the bell goes, the leader every lap after that will get a point, or will get points in a particular order. And so guys are looking to break up the group as quickly as possible, really just burn off some legs, try their best to ease to the front. Of course, Trepte not buying it. Trepte just sitting there at the back, waiting, biding his time. And again, there might be another attack launched here. So here they go again, the riders making it very interesting here. Not afraid to open up early in this race. Remember, after 5 laps, they will get bell, and then it's the leader after that. So these laps are kind of like free laps. It's the ones after that that will be very interesting. So here they come. Alexander, Adam Alexander. Wadali is also in the mix. So they're coming for the bell. And so this is where the race really gets interesting now. So riders really trying to get up in front. So they'll come for the bell. Adam Alexander.
Receive 1 point. The cyclist with the most points at the end of the event will take maximum points in the overall Omnium standings. It was math for the officials.
So you just have it there. The next lap is which wheel crosses the line first will win the point. Adam Alexander looks to have this one covered. So Alexander has 1 point. And remember, there's a winner for every lap. So the next lap around will also be awarded a point, the winner. Could be Alexander again, or does he sprint for it, or does he wait and see if Wadali sprints for it, Wadali pulls up, so Adam Alexander will take a second point. I'm sure somebody will try to join them up there in a little bit. It should be very interesting to see how they maneuver. These two are still out in front. Maybe they will share the early points. Alexander not really pushing. Wadali just taking it there, and it's going to be Alexander again taking the third one. So he's picked up 3 points so far. Remember, based on his positioning in the first race, the scratch race, this is adding to his points tally. So remember, is the leader. So that's why the others now are beginning to hustle up to the front because Adam Alexander is threatening to take all the points. And Wadali now, Liam Trepte has come up to take that one. Remember, Trepte won the scratch race. So in this tempo race, he now has an additional point. Adam Alexander not giving up just yet, still angling himself in the front. Here we come for another point. So Jaden Neves takes another point. So that's 10 laps completed now. So they'll see 5 laps to go. Anticipate Liam Trepte is going to be thereabouts the rest of the way. Here he is now with Adam Alexander right on his wheel. And they're battling for points here now. Alexander backs off. Trepte is going to win his second point. So Liam Trepte from Team BSR from the USA, who has been riding here in Trinidad and Tobago, or is from Trinidad and Tobago, I should say, and has been riding very well, riding for a US team. Adam Alexander is going to take another point. This is his fourth point. So Liam Trepte just backing off of that one, probably trying to refuel here. Took that lap off. Now trying to set up the finish of this race. So these two are going to push for the remaining points here. So again, it's Adam Alexander again with his fifth point. Trepte has 2 and Neves 1. Well, when they come back, they'll see 3 laps to go, is it? Or is it should be 2 laps to go for these two? 2 laps to go for these two. So Trepte is going to take this one. Alexander now going to fight him for it. So the main bunch will also see 2 laps. So these two will be coming for the bell. So they'll get a point, and then they'll get a sprint, all in one. Can the trail and bunch do anything about that? They just left these two out to the front. So this is the tempo race, the second event of the 4-event Omnium. And it looks like Adam Alexander is going to take this one as they take the bell. Trepte, of course, is just biding his time here, and he will be favored. He's probably a better sprinter than Adam Alexander, certainly at this stage. Alexander in the past probably would have been favored, but I would like to think that Trepte would have too much in the tank right now for Adam Alexander. And there isn't much of a sprint here. These two seem to have settled this from a long way out, and it really doesn't matter. It's just 1 point. So Trepte, it is who is going to take it ahead of Adam Alexander. So that will be 4 points to Trepte and 6 to Adam Alexander when it's all said and done. So that's 2 events from the 4 events of the they just cruised over the line. Adam Alexander didn't really battle him at all. It's almost like they had it worked out in advance. They spent so much time getting in that position. Now they do. So now the youth developers are going to come out to do their normal song and dance, as they say. Their big rush to the line. So all the youth developers are getting themselves ready to race. This will be the final event before a short intermission. Normally, they will take the intermission and then bring out the BMXers, the youth developers. But they switched it up a little bit because immediately after the break, we have best of the rest youth developers. The developer girls, one lap for U9s, U11s, and U13s. And the best of the rest youth developer boys, one lap for under 9s, under 11s, and under 13s. So, and then of course we have the keirin finals, male and females, the Omnium, the elimination race, the third event in the four-event Omnium. And then we have a lot to look forward to. But of course, you have the sprints, the semifinals, or rather the bronze medal rides, and the gold medal rides as well. So a lot to look forward to in the second half of tonight's program. So the under sevens will be doing 250 meters. The under nines will be doing one lap, and the under 11 and under 13s will be doing two laps.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the people of Silva. More your grams on the gas, 2025, how on the spirit. And black, lots of excitement. This evening here in the River Velodrome. Let's walk now, ladies and gentlemen. Folks, now we can get you a hand and hops at the McDonald County. You understand station really well. Please don't leave without it. Ham and hops. Very good.
We just saw a little bit of show in Winchester there, hotting up the place, so to speak. But the riders are getting ready for their 250. I don't know if they're waiting for Sherwin to finish. But these youngsters are at the line, so I don't know if they're going to keep them there for how long. We have one rider getting a little advantage. So the riders just waiting on they're getting instructions, but they're just waiting on the officials to start the race. So there obviously is a little bit of a delay here while Sherwin Winchester performs. But the riders, actually, they would think the entertainment would have come during the intermission. But I think somewhere it's like the information has been crossed because these races were supposed to go off before the intermission. So obviously the races are on hold. It is unfair to the riders to send them on a race. They will be coming right into the heart of where the entertainment is. So it's a little bit unfair for them. And I think they're doing the smart thing. They're taking them off the line. Because sometimes what happens is that if you have an entertainer booked for a particular time, and then he might have another engagement that he may have to attend, and for a particular time. So obviously he was here, so they probably decided to let him go before the intermission. So here we go. The riders are back in business now as we get ready to close off the first half. The the under sevens doing 250 meters, and there they go. These under seven kids, you can just see them getting stronger. They handle the bikes better, and they also increase their speeds as well. So this is all part of the development. They get more and more relaxed on their bikes, and they look so much better than when you would have seen them a year ago, probably. And this is, as I say, this is all part of the youth development. And with every ride, you can see how much better some of these riders are getting as they fall in love with the sport. And with the U7s out of the way, the U9s will come to the line to do their one lap event. Look at how quickly they get to the line. They're not wasting any time at all. They don't even have handlers. They're well ahead of the handlers. Normally the handlers are there and then the riders come and fit in the bike. The riders put their bikes on the line. So just getting the last bit of instructions. So it's one full lap for these youngsters. Earlier they went 250 meters. So there's the bell as they race immediately. One lap around for these under nines. Look at speed. Rick Texonics really bolting there. Madonna Wheeler's in the mix. Rick Texonics, though, looking for another 1-2. And here they go, racing to the line. It's all Rick Texonics. And of course, also coming, Madonna Wheeler is coming under some threat here from Hummingbirds, or both of them are from Madonna Wheelers, rather. So it's Sonics from Sonics. Here they come to the line. And Sonics 1-2, 3-4 to Madonna. But there are other riders still coming in. So here they come. These are the under 11 now. They're going one lap as well. Actually, these look like under 9 girls. So maybe these are the under 9 girls who are going here. Quickly down the line, and they get the bell, and here they go. She stole a match, but she has company now. Arima Wheelers and Rick Tech Sonics battling it out early. Sonics in a good position. Can they hold it though? So this is always an interesting. Arima Wheelers trying their best here. Still coming, still coming, still coming. They're right into the line, and they're just getting up there in time. Whoa! This is good. That one. And there we see the next set of riders. wasting no time. So again, these youth developers very keen here. So these are the under 11 girls. Anne-Marie Ragbear, Zariah Alexander, Ashley Suhon, Lachey Nimblet, Jael Francis, Melody Ramsing. And they're ready for action. So getting their final bit of instructions. This is two laps they're doing. The under 11 and under 13 boys and girls will do 2 laps. So maybe they might pace themselves a little bit. That's easier said than done. But here they go. This is all Madonna Wheelers. They have 4 riders and 1 from Rigtech Sonics. Zariah Alexander, Ashley Suhan, Lachey Nimblet, and Jael Francis, all from Madonna Wheelers, and Melody Ramsing of Rigtech Sonics. So host lab Madonna Wheelers well represented here. Can they win it though? Rigtech Sonics. Melody Ramsing right there in striking distance. She's just biding her time as they come for the bell. And here they go. They get anxious when they hear bell. They get a little agitated. So they're going to start the sprint from the start-finish line. And there goes Ramsing rather. Melody Ramsing goes past Suhan. This is it here now. Who has the stamina to last? And you could see Ragbear just dying at the moment there. She hit the proverbial wall and almost comes to a stop here. And they're just cruising past her now. She has nothing to come home with there. She's still trying though, but the legs are probably feeling like rubber right now. And here's a sprint to the line. All Madonna Wheelers, 1, 2, 3. And there goes Ramsing. Anne-Marie Ragbear not taking part. So congratulations there to the Madonna Wheelers Cycle Club. Quickly to the line. And I mean quickly. They're not wasting any time. They are just anxious to get on with things here. It's almost as if they're close to their bedtime, so they want to get this race out of the way before they can go to bed. But they have another race right after the intermission. I don't know if they will change the program, but they'll try to get it out of the way. So if the parents have to leave, at least the kids don't suffer. They'll get their ride in. So here we go. Another 2-lap event for under 11 boys. And Aidan Garcia, Luke Lowell, Jordan De Gea, Zidane Boudoran, Kyrie Julian, Tyler Titt, Seth Alexander Smith, Kerwin Millington, Jaleel Jacob, and Tariq Guevara. The under 11 boys on this is action in the second annual Peter de Silva cycling or track cycling memorial put on by the Madonna Wheeler Cycle Club here at the Arima Velodrome, and you're viewing it on 360 TV on a beautiful Saturday evening in East Trinidad as they come for the bell. Arima Wheeler is well represented here. They're in the mix. Can they stay out front? As we see some of the riders, of course, they probably put so much energy into that first lap. Do they have anything left in the second lap? Madonna Wheelers, rather Rick Texonics, trying hard to catch up there, but Arima Wheelers are the ones who are just separating right now, but they do have company. Rick Texonics fighting, still coming over the top. Look at him in fourth place, pushing hard. Can he get there? He's coming. He's coming. Trying to get there. Does he get there? Just coming over the top there. And the man in the white jersey coming up to take that one. On to the under 13 girls. Scarlett Thorne in there. Annalise Watson saw her parents watching on closely. Annalie Titt from Rick Texonics, as is Mia Ballantyne on the inside. One on the inside, one on the outside. She might have just slipped a pedal, but I think she's back in business. And the Maya Prince not taking part in this one. So it's one from Arima Wheelers, Scarlett Thorne. Madonna Wheelers, Annalise Watson. And two from Rick Texonics, Annalie Titt and Mia Ballantyne. Annalie Titt in front, Ballantyne at the back. So they make their way around. Remember, this is 2 laps, so they're not flat out at the moment, but they're just getting themselves into position. They get Bell.
For the under 13 girls, Scarlett Thorne and Annalise Watson as the first.
Here they go now. On the inside there is Annalise Watson from Thorne. Scarlett Thorne on the outside from Arima. And trying her best to come over the top. Does she have it in her? Scarlett Thorne is coming. Scarlett Thorne is coming. But Thornton is fighting back. And she does get up there in time to win it. Well, cruised up on the inside to take it. The girls under 13. Yeah, the boys under 13 is a big bunch. Sakiri Awai Diet, David Rackbear, both from Arima Wheelers, Chris Solomon Modest, Madonna Wheelers, Jaheim Jarvis, also Madonna Wheelers, Liam McNish, also from Madonna Wheelers, Kai Hercules, and Rick Sonics. They have a number of riders in this one. Not sure if all of them are going. Ricardo Tit, Rion Shepard, Isaac Baird, Kai Hercules, and Zephaniah Alexander Smith, Elijah Christopher from Vaporwake, Durrell Samuels and Dante Samuels as well. Not sure all of them have made it to the line this time. Of course, Vaporwake well represented, and they are out in the front early. Of course, it's a two-lap event, so some riders are just trying to just stay in touch. Not wanting to concede too much. So here they come for the bell, and the race is on. Early o'clock. Sprint started, but it's still not flat out just yet. But you can see positions changing quickly as riders get it into gear here now, going up that back straight away.
Straight, please step back.
So again, Rictech Sonics now getting some separation. 1-2 to Rictech Sonics. As they come down that final bend, here they come to the line. So a nice little finish there for them to bring the end to the youth developers program for the time being. They are scheduled to have another one shortly, but they may go with the women's keirin event. I'm not sure if they're going to. The best of the rest. The best of the rest has been pushed back for the women's keirin final. That has been brought forward. So we should see the best of the rest youth developers, unless it's those who haven't won, will get a chance to probably win a medal or so.
Coming back here downstairs, right? Laps of all out racing. Motorcycle will leave the track on the back straight as the speed picks up. Sansky looks over her shoulders to see Campbell. Palmer also in the mix. Kyra Williams, the Tracy Greaves. And it's time to go racing. It is one lap to go. Sandy from Campbell, Palmer, Kyrie Williams, Ariel Greaves, and Deshaun Talga. There goes to Neil Campbell. It is to Neil Campbell on the front. Will she be able to hold on to that lead? It is to Neil. Neil. From Fairview Football and Sandy unofficially.
Calling on the 13 female winners, and it's Watson of Madonna Wheelers, the Dawn, Teresa Wheelers, and Mia Valentine of Richard Summits come to the prize podium. Under 13 male guys, Orin Guevara, Rachel Wade, Ethan Garcia, Irene Wheelers, and Tyler Ted, Richard Summits. Ladies, gentlemen, and ladies, come to the prize rostrum.
The men for their keirin final comes to the line. We have the mega prize to give away. That is the BMX stunt bicycle that you see here. So get your
We still have Juvenile Neil.
So we're getting ready for the men's keirin final. We just saw a very interesting women's final with Tennille Campbell winning that event ahead of Delia Palmer with Phoebe Sandy in third place. And again, Tennille Campbell showing that she is still in pretty good nick. and showing her class at the moment. And again, this is not her normal sort of specialties. She's not a track rider, although she rides on the track, or she rode on the track before, almost riding exclusively on the roads in Europe in particular over the last couple of years. But she's coming back to her roots, so to speak, because this is how she used to ride prior to making it big on the international stage and going to the Olympics. So there is the start of the men's keirin.
Yeah, that looks to be Cafe Days more.
On the swimming goes the Japanese.
Number three. You are a winner, ticket number 318. You are a winner.
So here they come again. Polydor holding on to that wheel, first wheel. Dabro there keeping tabs on the DPS riders behind him. The bike goes off the track, so they have a lap and a half to go in this one. Everybody's still in contention, but look at the move on the outside.
I think the men final they are coming from the girl. Historic rush of the Intermission Academy leading final. It is Rush. Tarek Rush. Tarek Toledo. One time was a completely the launch. Tarek Toledo. Surprise and teacher and exceptional and exceptional why they were not three. You are the winner of round
So there you have it there. Big win for Zion Polido. He would have been upset that he didn't make the gold medal ride in the sprint event, but he made certain in the men's keirin by taking first place ahead of Tariq Woods. And of course, Bazemore coming over the top and really splintering the field. There was Tariq Woods, who's not normally a sprinter. He's really an endurance rider. So once Polydor stayed close with him, he was always favored in that push to the line. So Zion Polydor the winner, and Tariq Woods taking second place for daring ride indeed. So now we have the best of the rest, and these are the development girls and boys, youth development. So the best of the rest girls. It's a one lap event. Under 13 boys and girls. Under 13 boys. The under 11 boys are standing by. So this is the best of the rest. We'll see how many of them will come to the line. Normally, you don't have to call them twice. They will fly to the line. So maybe they just caught them by surprise here because a lot of these youngsters were just riding, but they giving them another ride, an extra ride. So the best of the rest. So let's see how many of them will actually take up the challenge here this evening. So this is the best of the rest, right? But I'm not quite sure if they were ready for this because normally the whole bunch of them would be on the inside just waiting to punks. Right now it's kind of very scarce. So I don't know if they knew that this race was coming or what, or how quickly it was coming. But not too many of them actually head into the line, which is this is shocking because normally they already on the line urging the officials to come and start the race. So really, somewhere along the line, there might have been a little bit of a miscommunication, unless they kind of caught them by surprise. But this race was always listed for after the intermission. So maybe the coaches might have been thinking they would take the intermission now, but the women's keirin and the men's keirin were also scheduled for after the intermission, and they went already. So you would think that everybody would be on their P's and Q's ready to go. But that is not the case here. Yeah, which is very surprising. And normally they do the women's races first and then the boys, but they call the boys first. So clearly something isn't 100% here. And I'm really shocked that the U developers are not on the line. So it looks like they either would push that race back, but now they're going for the third event in the Omnium, the elimination race. So elites 1, 2, and juniors for the elimination race in the Omnium. They are really bringing up this race for them. And the thing about it is that a good majority of those riders just went in the keirin event. So they need that's why the the youngsters their races would have given the the senior riders a chance to catch themselves. But they're on the line, so some of them are on the line. So this might just create opportunities for some of the other riders who haven't won as yet for the evening to maybe steal a win here. So you're looking at the Omnium, the elimination race. This, of course, is also known as the devil take the hindmost. The last wheel that crosses the line after they do one free lap and come around, they get the bell. And then after that, whichever wheel crosses the line last has to come out. They can't take an early shower because they may have to race again shortly, but they could take no further part in this race. So this is the third race in the Omnium, the elimination race or the devil. The devil take the hindmost out here at the Rima. So again, I'm not sure how many they're going down to, maybe down to two, the last two. So they could sprint. So here they go for the elimination race of the Omnium. So the riders just rolling around. So 9 of them in this one. This is their free lap. So pretty soon they'll be jockeying for positions, but they're coming for the bell. There's Mr. Gittins on the inside.
So that means elimination every lap. There. You developers keep me reminded.
So that is the situation there. Stay out of danger, stay out of harm's way. And that way you don't get eliminated early in this race. So here we go. Who is the last wheel? Which is the last wheel to cross the line? This looks like an easy one. Geese is eliminated. So Geese goes first. Another elimination is coming up. Again, they start to jockey for positions here. Ew! White shirt on the outside. So we have another rider eliminated. He possibly was riding on the inside. That's why he got eliminated there. George Gonado. Another elimination. You don't get a free lap again. You have to push. That's why it's hard to sprint. Easy elimination. Sidel Samaru in the white was eliminated. So again, riders at the back are starting to push up now. And over the top he goes, trying to stave off elimination here. As the race picks up, Adam Alexander is in trouble here. If he could hold on. Ew. So Mathieu Delors behind on the inside has been eliminated. The man in black. Mathieu de Costa Hines goes out. So again, Trapte not wanting to fall prey, decides he's going to push on here. So Liam Trapte making it safe. And looks like Adam Alexander. So Adam Alexander has been eliminated. So they're down to 3 here now. So this is going to be tough here now because riders are jockeying here. Liam Trepte is out front. He's safe. Can they come over the top here now? And they get the bell immediately. So it's Trepte.
Gonna have Silva.
So they're on the bell. Here goes.
It's Liam Tripton, ladies and gentlemen, extending his lead at the front, and we will bring the official point standings to you before the points race event.
So Liam Trepte taking the elimination. He won the scratch race. He also was among the points in the tempo race, and now he's won the elimination. So he extends his lead at the top. So congratulations to him. So he has one more race to go, and based on the point scenario, he may well be sitting in the gold medal position. So a comfortable victory once again for Liam Trepte, riding and making it look so easy. So there we have the start there of the best of the rest for the under 13 boys. The youth developers, they got an extra little race here.
South one.
So they're going just the one lap, the best of the rest. And this is a great opportunity for some of these youngsters. Some of them are tired, but they're still going as they push to the line now. Again, the host club.
In the under 13 boys, number 231, crossing the line ahead of the rest.
So the best of the rest there, showing, digging a good show, and this is more like it. We go look how quickly these youngsters are coming to the line. They are not wasting time. This is this is an opportunity to race. They are not missing out. So the tiny white men and women, they'll be coming up in a short while. So I think they're waiting. They might be waiting on one additional rider or waiting on riders to clear the track. So here they go. Again, they got the bell immediately.
Facade.
Best of the rest.
One of 12 records. Fast.
There goes Arriba Wheelers at the outside, just mowing down everybody. And high on the bank, and he's coming over the top. Nobody's got that race.
It's a record. Top. Oh my next one. What's on the line?
Arriba Wheelers making it look so easy. So the under 11 and under 13 girls coming up next. They're best of the rest. It's just a couple of them right there. I'm not seeing the other riders, so maybe some of the other riders opted to sit this one out. Not these two. They- They're taking advantage of this opportunity. Best of the rest. They get Bell, but down goes one rider just as she was being released. So the pedal might have slipped. But no harm done. She seems ready to go again, despite that little mishap there on the line. But she's back in the saddle, showing real bravery here. Okay. Okay. So here they go now. Finally, they get a chance to go.
These two young ladies, they are guaranteed prizes, but in which order they will finish, we have to wait and see.
So look at speed and effort from these two. They're really closing out in style here this evening. And big gap. Big gap here. Rick Texonics really putting this one to bed early.
The young ladies are racing, coming around. It's finished. It's line. And the double leaders. Getting on to that second step of podium, an excellent ride by these youngsters.
So an easy win there for Richter Sonics. So under 9s and under 13s are coming up next. So that would have been the last event that concluded there. So now we move on to event number 22, Tiny Mites Men. Going 4 laps. Tiny Mites Women to follow, followed by Juvenile Women and Juvenile Men. And then, of course, the Elite Men category 3, they have a 3-lap event before we have the Masters 40 to 49 and 50 to 59. And then we go into the sprints finals for the gold medal women, and then of course, for the bronze medal as well. So men and women. So again, an interesting, that's a little wrinkle put in here for the benefit of the riders, the best of the rest. And I'm sure the youngsters appreciated getting another opportunity to get back on the bikes before they head home. And I'm sure we're going to see them again next weekend, strutting their stuff at Skinner Park, back here at Arima, and then at the Velodrome in Couva. So it's always interesting to see how they recover and recuperate. So here they go. The Tiny Mites, 4 laps. So it's almost like they have to remind them that they're racing. Shane James, Andiozi Lewis, Tyler Lafourcade, Adrian Sanchez, and Elijah Green Jr. And there goes Elijah Green Jr., just hotting things up a little bit and then switching off. Nobody wants to take on that responsibility just yet. But that is the wheel to hold on to. The man in the white jersey, you hug that wheel in business. You'll see 3 laps to go. And we have the 2 riders from Hummingbird International right there showing their wares. Tyler Lafourcade and Adrian Sanchez. But none of them wants to do any work. They're just waiting on Elijah Green Jr. And that allows Adiose Lewis to get into the slipstream. In fact, he's taken the lead. And then cruising on the inside, not really stressing too much, getting back with a bunch. When they come back, they will be coming for the bell. So Green still not making his move. Probably waiting to see what the others have planned. And he just has to bide his time because he knows the shorter the sprint, the better it suits him. Somebody's going to have to make a move at some point. They're trying to box him in there right now. And this is good strategy, but they just backed out of it. And that might be their own downfall. They really should have kept him inside. They kept him high on the bank. Instead, they let him run free, as they say. And here we go. Elijah Green Jr.
And we is flying.
Let us have no answer. Elijah Green Jr. just blew this field away again, making it look so easy.
It is Elijah Jr. taking the time. Elimination such as a special line. I try to love to God for third place unofficially alongside Anio St. Louis of Evolution.
So again, another comfortable victory for Tiny Mites male. They have Juvenile and Tiny Mites females, and the Juvenile men coming up next. The Juvenile men and Elite 3 are racing together. So the Juvenile men were originally down to do a 5-lap tempo race, and the Elite men were down to do a 3-lap event. So maybe they might do a 5-lap tempo for both categories combined. So again, no real effort being expended just yet. So the riders just not interested in sprinting just yet. So here they go now. Finally, they decide to put a little effort in. Go 3 laps to go. So Ella Marie Young from Raiders, the one who went to front. So after picking it up a little bit, they've just slowed it right back down again. So again, just saving energy. Can't say they didn't speed up. Madonna Wheeler is well represented. Rick Sonics also well represented. Valkyrie in the mix as well. And of course, we also had Raiders Cycle Club, Ella Marie Young in that orange jersey in fourth wheel right now. So Kaylee Young from Madonna Wheelers, as well as Kamaya Julian. So there is the bell.
They are all bunched up.
Nobody prepared to make a move just yet. We're going to get to that 200-meter mark, and then we might see some action. Here we go. Into the 200-meter mark, and now, and the race is on.
It says the bomb has exploded in the peak. Attention, it is the total Venus and it's highly young.
So Kylie Young takes the 200-meter marker. Well, she knew she had the legs to get to the line first, and that she did with relative ease to register a fine victory there for the host club, Madonna Wheelers.
You can, oh, in Boston's 40 plus and 50 plus.
So the youngsters, the juvenile men, and elite three. Remember, coming up shortly, don't go anywhere. The men's and women's sprint finals, plus the ride for bronze, also on top. Again, we want to thank Acadian Sports Club, AMCO, Austin's Marketing Company Limited, Micon Marketing Limited, Glazing and Cladding Systems Limited, Skyline, Coal Safety Engineered Systems, LC Minimart, Kumuto, Mr. Glenfern Phillips, PL Singh and Bike Shop, Marabella, Francis Family Contracting Services, Tudge Road in Chagonas, Hong Ning Look Company Limited, Southern Main Road in Chase Village. Remember, this is the second annual Peter de Silva Track Cycling Memorial out here at the Arima Velodrome. And again, the track looks a picture. And because we have one race night out here for the Easter Grand Prix. So the Elite Three Masters 40 and 40 to 49 and Masters 50 to 59 will ride an elimination race. So the juvenile men are on the line right now. So they get ready to do their event. It's a 5 laps tempo race. So they're getting the final reminder of what type of race it is. Because sometimes the riders get to the line and they forget the event that they're in because they ride in so many different races. So sometimes just that little reminder could make the world a difference. They'll see the laps, but this is a tempo race. So they have to be mindful. Seeing Delia Palmer at the bottom of your screen, just walking out of your shot there. He is getting ready to ride, but not for the gold medal, but for the bronze medal. So once again, the riders still getting their final bit of instructions. 5-lap tempo race for juvenile men.
So the juvenile men doing 5 laps. 5 lap tempo race. So when the juveniles come around, they will receive the bell, and then the winner of every lap thereafter gets 1 point. The cyclist with the most amount of points after the 4 laps wins the event. We need 3 Masters 40 plus and Masters 50 plus.
So you heard there, the bell, they'll get a bell now, and then every lap thereafter will be a point awarded to the winner of that lap. So guys are looking to bolt from early to see if they can pick up the first points on offer. And if you get away and you get out front, you could stay out front and win every lap, because it's really the one who crosses the line first every lap from here on out is going to get points. On the outside, and riding brilliantly there on the inside, Liam Lowell and Isaiah Sobers. Can he get the first set of points here? But they're sprinting for it hell hard. Guys are not giving up. And it looks like Jazel Jacob or Christian Nelson from Vaporweight. They have to keep going because every lap constitutes a point. So whoever crosses first will win that point. And then at the end of the race, they'll tabulate to see who won the most points or who has the best or the most second place or third place finishes. It might come down to that. So Christian Nelson from Vaporwake takes that one. So Vaporwake doing well so far. Who will make a move early? Of course, they've been sprinting now for the last 2 laps, so guys are looking to recharge batteries here, not burn too much energy, unless they're sure they could win the sprint. Or if they're smart, they will wait for the next sprint. So now they're coming for the bell. So Christian Nelson takes that lap again. That's 2 points he's had so far. And they're letting him go, so he might very well win the overall as well. So Nelson is on the move. 200 meters to go for Nelson. They're not going to catch him. And they're not really making an effort to catch him either, because he is well on his way.
Hey, so, multi-sport.
So now we have a sort of a mixed race. Elite 3 men, and Masters 40 to 49 and 50 to 59 will go together in one elimination race. So they're combining some of these events.
Every lap hereafter. They're all stretched out. Easy elimination. Number 371. You have been eliminated. Thank you very much. Elimination this time around. Number 141, Sanji Sonila, thank you very much. Another elimination incoming. Ooh. John Guy and Sultan. John Guy and Sultan. You have been eliminated. Thank you very much. All cyclists for the sprint finals. Cyclists for the sprint finals. The holding bee now. Cyclists for the finals, men and women, to the holding bee. Josiah Williams, you've been eliminated. Thank you very much.
Fallen on the 11th best of the race.
Elimination. Who will it be this time around? Colin Wilson, number 300, you have been eliminated. Colin Wilson, you have been eliminated. Cyclists for the men and women sprint final. Men and women sprint final. Please report to your holding bay now. Ooh, it's gonna be close. It's going to be close. Marlon Joseph, you have been eliminated. Thank you very much. And it's Ryan Bacchus. Roger Alton, Ryan Bacchus, the cyclist out of Reno Cycling Multisport. Ladies and gentlemen, as they get around, it's going to be a little stretch line. Roger Marco, ladies and gentlemen, just ahead of Ryan Bacchus. And it's time to go sprinting. We have ride number 1. Best 2 out of 3.
So now we're getting ready for the sprints. Best 2 out of 3. So we have the gold medal ride as well as the bronze medal ride. So first and second will face off for the gold, and second and third or third and fourth rather, will battle for the bronze medal. So the losing semifinalists will battle for the bronze, and the winners of the 2 semis will face off in the final for the gold medal. 2 best of 3, and it's shaping up to be very interesting indeed. Jelani Ned up against Zanel James, DPS against Arima Wheelers, and in the women's encounter, Delia Palmer up against Phoebe Sandy. Palmer is heavily favored to win this in 2 straight, but we'll see if that is exactly how things pan out. But conventional wisdom says that is the state of play. So Phoebe Sandy hoping to pull an upset over Delia Palmer. And in the third place, right off, it will be Tennille Campbell against Dalga of Suriname. And in the men's sprint, it's Arnell James up against Jelani Ned for the gold, and Zion Polido up against Ryan Dabro for the bronze medal. Of course, that was a pair that many expected to meet in the final for the gold medal, but a little mishap in terms of the finishes. So they're not going 2 best of 3 anymore. There's just 1 ride. So you cannot miscalculate at all. So you cannot miscalculate in this scenario. So this is going to be interesting. James against Ned. One ride. And of course, in the women's, or in the bronze medal, is Polido against Dabro. And of course, the women's, the gold medal, Palmer and Sandy, Campbell and Delga. And in the men's sprint, James and Ned for the gold, Polido and Dabro for the bronze medal. And you would think that after all that riding, the kids would be tired, but watching them in the infield, they could do a couple more races right now. Yep. So they're all full of energy. Here we go for the first ride. And this is the third place ride off. This is the bronze medal ride here. Tennille Campbell against Delga from Suriname. So one ride to determine who wins the bronze medal.
Tennille Campbell, so of PSL. 1.5 laps.
So Tennille Campbell decides she's going to take it long.
As they take the bell, Dalga of Suriname and Tennille Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago. It is Dalga Campbell as they go down the back straight. The cyclist off the saddles and heading to the stairs and running. Dalga on the inside. It is Trinidad and Tobago to Squad Dalga. Will she hold off to you, Campbell? Yes, she does. And she grabs the bronze medal unofficially, of course.
For changing lanes, but Dalga will take the bronze medal. We'll wait to see if there is a protest or anything of the like. She doesn't seem to. Gold medal right now. Delia Palmer on the inside, Sandy on the outside. Palmer nearest to us here, held by Robert Faria, a former president of the Cycling Federation. And he has been Delia Palmer's coach for a number of years. So this is a crucial ride for him. She is favored against Phoebe Sandy from Madonna Wheelers. In fact, she's a heavy favorite in this one. So here we go. So this is for the gold medal this evening. In the second annual Peter de Silva Track Cycling Memorial out here at the Arima Velodrome, being brought to you on 360 TV on a beautiful Saturday evening, live from the Velodrome in Arima. As we look at Delia Palmer out of Jamaica, but domiciled here in Trinidad. She's been training here for a number of years. And before Tennille Campbell returned home, she dominated the women's category. Let's see what happens in this one.
They know what they are capable of. Delia Palmer leading into the final lap. Daily Apollo Team DPS cyclist out of Jamaica, and Phoebe Sandy of Madonna Wheelers right here in Trinidad and Tobago. Palmer leads Sandy down the back straight. It is still Palmer from Sandy. Phoebe Sandy, ladies and gentlemen, crossing the Madonna Phoebe Sandy.
So Phoebe Sandy pulling the upset here on Delia Palmer, and Palmer gave up much too easily. She never really wanted to sprint, it seems like, and but it's gold to Phoebe Sandy, and the bronze medal goes to Dalga of Suriname. So, in a lot of ways, two upsets, one would have to say. So, Tatiana Dalga of Suriname takes the gold medal, takes the bronze medal, I should say, while it is Phoebe Sandy of Madonna Wheelers who will celebrate the gold medal. So, the host club picking up the gold medal here. Now it's on to the men as the battle for third place. This could very well have been the battle for the gold medal, but the best they can do here is take bronze. And Zion Polido, who was a member of the sprint team but lost his spot to the man to his right, Ryan Dabro. And I don't think he would be too pleased about that. So he probably has extra motivation here to see if he could just send a signal to the national selectors that you guys made a mistake. But let's see what Ryan Dabro has, if he has anything in the tank left. Polido, who won the keirin, will be looking to win the bronze medal in the sprint as well to cap a good night for himself. Closely watched by the fans in the background. Makes a nice backdrop here at the Arima Velodrome. So they come for the bell.
Request. This is Arena Winners. South versus East. Trinidad. It is Zion Polito still leading in that racing line. Zion Polito holds off the charge.
And turning back the youngster. So Dabro would be without a medal. Polido taking the bronze. And now we're getting ready for the main event. Zonel James against Jelani Ned. Arima Wheelers, can they get the gold medal here? They just lost out on the bronze. Can Jelani Ned turn back, or can Zonel James rather turn back DPS Jelani Ned? Uh, Jelani Ned of Team DPS. So he's on the top, Jelani Ned on the top, and on the inside, it's going to be young Daniel James of Arima Wheelers. Again, the two bikes are similar, probably just for the wheels. And James has opted to ride from behind. So he allowed Ned to take the lead. And they're just going to, Ned wants to give it back to him. He doesn't want the lead. This is, of course, one ride. There is no tomorrow, no second ride, or no best of three. One ride. So whoever crosses the line first here wins. Keeping close tabs. Nobody is giving an inch right now.
Yes. Yes.
John goes Jelani Ned. I'm not sure if they touched. So he might have just lost his wheel.
Going down on the home straight.
So what does the outcome go? Do they do actually touched? He might have just lost his wheel as he was trying to come over, or steam. He got up off his own steam as well. So a little bit of an anticlimax because it was shaping up to be an interesting battle. But that, as they say, is that. And we'll wait to see if they'll do it over because they never got into a sprint. And he looked like he wants to get back on the bike and do it all over again. So, and again, Zanel James didn't to see if they will do it over again, but I'm not sure they will. So they're going to restart the race, it looks like, because Ned is up and ready to go. Sanel James, of course, probably would be slightly aggrieved. He had to put out all that energy, and then just as they were about to start the sprint, a little bit of a misfortune there. But again, no fault of either rider. It just sometimes that happens. Luckily, he didn't lose a tire, but he might have just slipped because they were kind of zigzagging on the track, and there are painted lines there. So unless he rubbed on one of those lines, there's a black line painted inside there. Unless he hit that, so we're gonna have a restart in the gold medal ride. Already, the bronze medal goes to Zion Pulido, beating Ryan Dabro from Arima Wheelers in one. Sanel James from Arima Wheelers trying to get the gold medal now, but he's up against Jelani Ned of Team DPS. Arima against Arima. So here we go, once again. So they, again, Sanel James opting to ride from behind, not wanting to take the lead. So they're moving a lot quicker this time around, almost as if they want to get the race out of the way. And it will be interesting to see if Jelani Ned decides to bolt early. Remember, he was behind at about this point. But here we go with to the bell.
Johnny Ned leading Daniel James into the final lap. Because Johnny Ned and James BS in front. Daniel James, Marina Vilas, just about 2.5 lengths behind. James Ned. James. It is Ned from James as they take it to the final straight. Daniel James, ladies and gentlemen, crosses the line ahead of Jelani Ned.
Does the business on the second attempt, and he made it look relatively easy. Again, Ned left early, but then didn't have the finish to take it all the way home, and James closed the gap quickly. And once he got alongside him, before it even came out of the bend, taking it home to take the gold medal for Arima Wheelers ahead of Team DPS and Jelani Ned. So Ned gets the silver medal, not a bad return. I'm sure he would have liked to have had the gold medal, but he settled for the silver. And Zion Polidor, who probably would have wanted gold, had to settle for the bronze, while Ryan Dabro finished fourth overall. So we almost set here now for the 13 events, the Masters 60 to 69 and 70 plus. So we just have the Masters 60 to 69 and 70 plus, a combined race. And then we'll finish off with the Elite 1, 2, and Junior Men Omnium, a 30 lap points race to close off proceedings here in the second annual Peter de Silva Track Cycling Memorial event out here at the Arima Velodrome. So we'll see the seniors, the most experienced riders on the track. So, so the Masters 60 will go first for their 5 laps tempo race, and then the 70 plus will do a 2 lap event. They will go after. So here we go with the 60 to 69 Masters. They get in their second ride out of the way. So when they come back, they'll see that they have 4 laps to go, but they'll get a bell because this is a tempo race. And then they'll get points every other lap. So they should get a bell here, but there you go. There's the bell. So it's points every other lap. Well, every lap now, the rest of the race. if it was a longer race, they might have said the point will come every other lap, and they'd ring the bell and they'd sprint. But because it's a short 5-lap event, it's every lap you'll get a point. I can't help but marvel at the energy these youngsters are showing on the infield, and they would have been racing all day, but it's like they did nothing. So, first lap, that's Joel Brown, the president of the Remo Wheelers Cycle Club, and Joel Brown, of course, the father of Quincy Brown. So here they come again for another point. This time, Joel Brown may have to settle for second, or does he? He's still coming, and so Wayne Samuel takes that one from Hummingbird International. So Colin Wilson now is trying to see if he can take one. Actually, this is not Colin Wilson's category, so Earl Clifford. So here they come. They're coming for the bell here now. So this is a sprint. Again, Wayne Samuel takes another point. But Joel Brown is right there and looking to fight him for the win. And they have to be careful because the man in third place looks to be the freshest of the three. He's just anxious to get going, but he kind of delayed his sprint until now. And, well, he decided against sprinting. And there goes Wayne Samuel. And Wayne Samuel is going to ease the victory here. There's nothing left in the tank for Joel Brown. So Wayne Samuel is going to take it. Well, Joel Brown trailing in second place. And in terms of points, 3 points going to Wayne Samuel, including the win. And of course, Joel Brown picked up their program. And then we have the final race, a 30-lap points race. I'm not sure if we have any preems inside of there, but I'm sure we'll hear about that. Preems, of course, would be lap prizes. Most times it's money, or somebody might give a voucher or something of the sort for the riders to sprint for, because they want to just see the riders sprint as often as possible. So we're getting ready for the 70 plus 2-lap event, the penultimate event on the night. So again, our congratulations to the sprint champions for the 2025 edition. Zanel James of Arima Wheelers taking the men's gold medal ahead of Jelani Ned of Team DPS. And the women's title was secured by Phoebe Sandy of Madonna Wheelers ahead of Delia Palmer, with Tachana Dalga of Suriname and Team DPS, or Team PSL rather, taking the bronze medal. Zion Polido took the bronze medal among the men. So that's the state of play, as they say. Of course, Tennille Campbell showing all her capabilities in the women's keirin event. So it's just a 2-lap event for the 70 plus riders. And after this, we will close off proceedings with the Omnium event, the 30-lap event. So it's just the 4 riders going in this 70 plus category. Cyril Frook won the earlier event. Robert Farrell also did well from Evolution. He's currently at the back, just sort of biding his time. Also from Madonna Wheeler's Earl Gonzalez. So they're coming for the bell. So Philip leading them into the final lap. So here they go with a sprint. And again, it's easy pickings.
The master to the right. Race against
Cyril Frook once again.
short guy of the child. And Nicholson unofficially. Elite 1, 2, and juniors for the points race.
So there it is. Cyril Frook back-to-back wins in this category, showing that he is the class act in the 70 plus masters category. And that, folks, brings us to the final event of the evening. It's also the longest event of the evening. It's the final of 4 races in the Omnium. It's a 30-lap points race for Elite 1, 2, and junior men. Liam Trapte seemed to have both hands on the prize, but it will be interesting to see how the others stack up in the points race. So there is still a lot to ride for here. So Liam Trepte is the leader on 118 points from the first three races, but Jaden Neves is right there on 112 points. So within striking distance, Alam Alexander is right there as well on 102 points, while Tariq Woods is on 100 points, with Joshua Alexander on 90 points, and then just 2 points of Jeff Guardado is right there. So let's see. Let's see how this one shapes up in the end. Remember, this is a 30 laps points race. So actually, they make it a 20 lap points race, not 30 laps. So they've reduced it to 20 laps. So 4 sprints. So they probably will sprint every 4 laps, every 5 laps. So here they come. They'll probably get a bell soon enough. So let's see if they suck them into racing. So they're just letting them ride through for the first 4 laps. There's just 7 of them in this race now. But it's the hunt for points. That's the important thing right now. Can anybody deny Liam Trepte here? So when they come back, 18 laps to go. So again, it's for points. So they're gonna get the point. They're gonna get the bell probably after the lap 4, and then the sprint and the top 4 riders will each receive points. From 1 to 4, we'll get 5, 3, 2, 1. So Liam Trepte, who is currently second on the track, is the leader with 118 points, but he's not out of the woods yet, because Jaden Neves is right there. So still a lot at stake here. Trepte cannot take it for granted. He will have to win at least one of these sprints, if not 2, including the overall. Marco Geist is out front. So they come in for points here now, points on offer. So they go down that back straight away. 200 meters to go now. They're still jockeying there. Look at the man coming over the top, but his path has been partially blocked off.
Yeah,
As they come to the line, Trepte is the man who is taking it there. So Trepte takes up another 5 points. And Tariq Woods and Jaden Neves. So Trepte goes to 123 now. So Jaden Nees picks up another 2 points. Terry Woods picked up 3. So Woods is now up to 103. So he's still trailing by 20 points. He's going to have to win all 3 sprints and the race to have a chance. But even then, he would need Trepte to not win another point. So 13 laps to go now. So they have 3 additional sprints. So again, the final sprint is a double point. So Tariq Woods must be thinking, if I could win the next 2, that will give me 10 points. And if it's double points, I will get another 10. That will give me 20. But if Trepte finishes second or third, then it's a moot case for Tariq Woods. Not taking any chances at all. So Darian Neves takes off. He will come for Bell. So the race has really splintered. Big gaps all over the place. So with 11 laps to go, they get Bell. So the next time around, so Trepte is right in the mix, right in a smart race. He doesn't have to win, but he could just win one additional sprint. And he would have secured the title and then just finish the race. And let's see if he does that again. And there goes Trepte. So he is going to take another 5 points. Adam Alexander. So Trepte could more or less relax the rest of the way now. He doesn't need to do too much work. Even if he just sprints, do a token sprint, just to stay in touch with Neves and company. But it has to be said, he isn't built that way. He's going to want to try to win it the hard way, which is to sprint for it. So Trepte, Neves, Woods. So Trepte just trying to slow them down, but again, Neves hotting things up. He isn't giving up at all. So Trepte already has 128 points. So Woods just on 105 points. So Trepte again just staying in touch with the front riders and not allowing anybody to get away. But he isn't settling for any type of lead. So he's just taking them here. They come for another bell. So this would be so so this would be the third sprint with 6 laps to go. So because the man who has Delgado who has jumped to the front, because he's so far back, he cannot win the race from here. So they're not, or Heinz it is. Heinz is the one who has gone to front, but they're not worrying about him too much because from here they cannot garner enough points. So it was just one of those things, just to maybe just burn off his legs here just a little bit. So with one sprint left, Liam Trepte is 130, but Neves is second on 120. And if you're getting double points for the final sprint, Trepte just needs to finish second, pick up the 3 points or 6 points, and he will win even if Neves was to cross the line first, because Neves will get 10 points. He'll climb to 130, but Trepte, with those 6 points, will go to 136. So right now, Neves is just easing away. So what is it going to be? The final lap of the race. Trepte is not around. Jaden Neves is out there. Can he win it from here? If he was to win it, he would get double points. Where is Trepte? Trepte just has to finish in the top 3. Any points at all is going to give him the title. So he just needs to finish the podium here. In fact, he could finish 4th and still win it from here. But what a ride from Jaden Neves. Never gave up. Never gave up. Here comes Liam Trepte to finish in second place. So he too will get double points. So he will get 6 points. So he will finish on 136. Jaden Neves will finish on 130. So a fantastic finish to today's event. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors, Acadian Sports Club, Amco, Orson's Marketing Company Limited, Micon Marketing Limited, Skyland Glazing and Cladding Systems Limited, Coal Safety, LC Minimart, Kumuto, Mr. Glenfern Phillips, PL Singh and Bike Shop Marabella, Francis Family Contracting Services Limited, Todd's Road in Chaguanas, and Hong Ning Look Company Limited, Southern Main Road in Chase Village. And again, all our thanks to the Madonna Wheelers Cycle Club, for putting on this event. I'm sure the riders welcome it. So Liam Trepte and Jadian Neves finishing first and second, 136 to 130 points to finish off proceedings here. So, on behalf of the entire team of Muskemark, thanking you so much. Basso is here, and of course, Chinfat was our cameraman for this evening. And we look forward to you staying with us here on 360 TV. We have a string of cricket matches coming your way from tomorrow right through. So we hope you will stay with us for that. And until such time, reach home safely, or at least be safe, and do join us again right here on 360 TV.